Oh boy. Yep. Oh shit. Let's see how today goes. That's like 1,000 hours. So, where were we? Right, I was cleaning up the barrier here, specifically. Object actions. This is gonna have to be... Yeah. I'm not sure where this should be. Oh, Mordenstein. So... What now? Do we fix the next spell, simply? No idea what I did. You did nothing. Congrats. So... effect data... Just delete that. Is this relevant at all? Let's see. Effect object front. Is that... No. We're not really... It's like that. We can remove those. Or whatever. Okay, so... Got that. I feel like these should probably be a part of the action. Not sure. Whatever, let's deal with that later. Alright, so... Next we need... Object data module. Is spell true. I'm gonna try putting things in the same order. It's... It's a light animation. BIM stages. I just want the same structure in each skill so that it's easier to pair. I think action icon should be at the top. And here it says effect list equals new list. Effects. Command animation, I think, is unused. We need an audio database too. And this here. This just goes. This isn't relevant to this spell anyway. That's something I've copy-pasted from another spell. This should be set energy. I think that should be a setter. Where were we? Here. This should be... Yeah. Let's see here. Object combat module. It's gonna need to find current energy. And then we're gonna change that to be like that. This should be a private current energy, and then we're gonna say public int current energy get return current energy set oh, Serby, thanks for the sub. And then we just do this. And the reason for that is so that we can just set the value. And here it's gonna be current energy equals value. And then if the energy is just, this is just to prevent the energy from going above the maximum value. So that should work. And then here, instead of doing this check every single time, we can just say current energy plus 1. Or even better, we can say current energy plus equals heat cost. That's what it should say. Then we set the user to casting. Time index equals 0. Heat cost. Anyway, I'll be right back. There we go. Oh. All right. Current time equals 0. Right, like that. And here is where we need a spell, or we need an effect. I actually don't have an effect for this. But we could make one out of fire hit. We can just do this. Ah, shit. Fire hit isn't made either. But we do have the effect, I think, on hit, fire hit, fire, core data. So we have that. It should work pretty much the same as barrier. It's just like a one-off thing. But here we're running play animation. That's wrong, isn't it? We shouldn't be running that. Because that's just setting the sprite. That shouldn't do anything. I kind of want a document. Like, execution order. Effect. Effect. Object. Action. Object animations. Hmm. I don't know what else would be here. But rendering comes after logic. Rendering. Effect is actually logic. So we have action, then we handle effect. Combat. We'll have to update as we go. I don't really know. But basically what I was trying to do here was I was kind of trying to make the effect handle the animations. But that's not really what it does. It's supposed to handle the objects in the sense that if the animation or the effect itself has like multiple components, like maybe it spawns a lightning bolt at frame 0, it spawns one at frame 20, one at frame 40. That's what the effect handles. It creates objects, and then when all of them are finished, it deletes them, and then it deletes itself. But I was also making it handle like playing the animations, but that shouldn't be correct. It should just create objects, and like it's more like a videotape or something. Like it plays it creates the animation and makes it run. But the objects within the animation itself, they should handle themselves. They should get created, have their animation set, and then play. And then just do their thing. And this is an effect. And here we have fire core data. don't know if it needs to really do anything else than this. It should just, it gets set, it sets the position, it handles it. I think that's about it. Start effect is enabled equals true for each is enabled. I feel like this should be just a basic start effect. You just do that. Because this is literally just, it enables it and it enables all the objects. So this should just be base.start. That saves some coding. And here too, set position. Effect object list, set position. This one is a little different. I think this should be an override too. But it should work like this. This is something that I don't really... I kind of don't like doing it because it's a little complicated, but I also feel like a hacker when I do it, so I also kind of like it. I don't know if this will work. It might. I'm not sure. Because like what I would like to do, let's set it like this. Debug.log base handle base dot handle position change. And then here this should say handle position change. Shouldn't say that. And then we go back here, and we have an override for set position here. But what we want is actually a public override handle position change that should say effect object dot set position, and it should also say debug.log handle position change override. I don't know if this will work. And then we delete that. So that doesn't use the override. So the idea here is that because we have an override here, we'll use the base set position, and the base set position will do handle position change, which is this. But then we override that, and hopefully instead of running the base handle position change, it actually runs the override. But I don't know if that is going to be the case. And I can't really test it here. Let's test that in the test project. The test project that takes like 6 years to start because of Unity. Alright, so how do I do this? Base script. Override script. So then we say public test script, public virtual void test script. This is gonna say debug.log test script, and then we need public virtual void base script debug.log base script, and then here we have an override script that inherits from base script, right? And then we're gonna say test script is gonna call base script. And then here, we're gonna say public base script public override script and then we're gonna say public override void base script debug.log override. And then in test, we're gonna say at the start public base script base script bs equals new override script. Oh wait, that's gonna be is that gonna be the issue? Let's just try that. And then we say bs dot base script override. Perfect. That is actually exactly what I want. So the base script has a virtual here that calls this virtual. And then in the override, all I'm doing is I'm overriding this thing that gets called here. And so in the override, we're actually just calling the virtual because we are not overriding it. But because the script that is called in the virtual is overridden, we call the override. So that's great. That means that if I simply do this, I create set position here, which the concept here is that you change the position of the effect itself, which means like if you have an animation that's like triggering a bunch of lightning bolts, right? For example, all of these lightning bolts are separate objects. And they all have unique positions. So if I move one of these, it moves over here, etc. But if I move the effect actually has like a position like this. Like this is where the effect is. So if I move that, that's then gonna move everything. That's what that is supposed to handle. But that doesn't necessarily mean that it's that easy. Because it might be completely different based on whatever the animation is doing. So the animation itself, or the effect itself, should handle the logic, but the effect always just has one position. So that's what I'm doing here. If we need to set the position of the effect, then we can do that, and then the effect itself will handle any follow-up logic based on what it is doing on its own, right? So here now we have handle position change. And all we're doing here is setting our one effect object, because it's just a barrier. That's all it's doing. It's just setting one barrier to be in to be in the same position as the effect. Hello, ho ho. It's alright. I slept like a million hours. I don't even remember when I went to bed. I looked at the clock when I woke up and I was like, holy fuck. So the effect is like a parent container that the rest of the effects are placed relative to. Good morning, Mark. Yeah, exactly. The it is literally a container. It's more like an overseer, I guess, if I would put a word to it. Because like the objects, they handle themselves. It's just that when I spawn an effect, the effect then handles creating the objects at like the correct time intervals, when they're supposed to be created, and it sets like the animations for them and handles stuff like that. But the objects themselves, they handle their own animations so that they are more contained, and then the effect just keeps track of them. And like once all of them have finished playing, they just get deleted. Here's some Ds. Thanks, bro. Thanks. That's what an effect does. Because I need something to be able to handle like more complex animations. Like say you got a meteor storm or something. That's what I was drawing here. This is a lightning storm. So instead of having like a huge animation that contains all of these 4 things that strike in the same place every time, the effect can now handle it with like separate objects that it spawns. And then I can also add like variants and shit to these so that they can strike in like different places or whatever. And each effect can have its own unique logic, so it's not necessarily just run once. And I beat bosses with my maze boss. I'm not scared of him anymore. I'm scared of him, man. I can't like kill anything in Act 3. It's too hard. See how it goes later today. Yeah, so what I did here was, I don't know if you were there, but I created an override here called handle position change. So when I set position for the effect, then the virtual set position just sets the position of the effect, and then we call handle position change, which is another virtual, which is then overridden so that each effect can handle moving on its own, so that like it can like move all the objects relative to itself if it needs to, or like whatever the logic is meant to be. Or maybe like whatever is spawned is not gonna get moved. Maybe it's just gonna be like the new thing that spawns or whatever. But I just wanted to make sure that I can customize the set position for each effect. Which I think is a good idea. With my warrior? Yeah, with my warrior. But what are we doing here? This is fire hit. I think this is all okay. I'm just thinking what I can replace in here. But I think, unfortunately, the effects are gonna have a lot of just repeated code. But I wonder if I should have a base version of play effect. Because there's going to be a lot of effects that just have the same simple function, which is just stay on target and update position every frame, and that's it. And I wonder if this is that, and I wonder if this should be the virtual, and then we override it for anything that is more complicated or has special function. Crossbow build not good in Act 3. I feel like the maze isn't even good in Act 3. It's really hard. We'll see if we figure something out. It might just be a gear issue right now. But I do feel like the game is too hard after the end of Act 2. Bone Shatter clears. I can believe that. But yeah, no, it feels like I'm perfect striking and it's like super weak on bosses. I died like 20 times to the gorilla before I just switched to basic attacking him. Yeah, that's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna do this, go to base. We replace play effect with this. And then that's what we're gonna do. Play base dot place base dot play effect. This is also unnecessary. If we're just doing start effect, what does start effect do? It just does that. Base.start effect. This is just so I remember why there's nothing there. And now all of a sudden, the effect is relatively short. Which is good. I like less code. Less code is good. And then barrier. Barrier is the same. Because I copied it from barrier. So this is just base play effect, base start effect, and here we have handle position change override, and that's it. Because I honestly think most effects are gonna be like this. It's gonna be track one object. Actually not true. Most effects will have multiple portions. Because like lightning strike, for example, you might have an aspect where it strikes the lightning, but you might also have another object that's like dust on the ground, blowing away. You might also need to create a decal where the lightning struck, which is something we have to program soon, actually. Decals. I don't know exactly how I'm gonna handle decals. If I'm just gonna make them objects and just put them on the ground and then just call it a day. I think that would be fine. But there is the question of like particles. And how I should handle particles. Because a decal could be a particle too. Is it something that should be a lot lighter? But I don't know exactly how I would do that. Like, what would a particle entail? And do I even really need particles that much in that sense? I don't know. Because the way... It really depends, right? Because... what could I do with a particle system, for example? Like, what if you want to have... like, dust? What if you want to have, like, embers that are flowing around that aren't part of just an animation, like just part of a sprite? I don't really know what would be the benefit or the use case in this scenario. I think it's something I'm gonna have to just tackle if I find that it's something that's needed. But it could be like a layer. Like you have like a particle handler, and then the particle handler has a bunch of layers, so that you can have like a ground layer, for example. Or you can have a layer that's above objects, like an effect layer. And then, because the way it works now is that every object renders itself to a texture, and then the texture gets added to a long list. Like every object is added to a texture list. And then that texture list then gets assigned positional values and like some stuff like that. And that is then how each object is rendered in the rendering pipeline. It's using the effects coupled with either, or it's using the list of objects or object textures, and then coupled with another list of indices that point to the relevant texture and contains its position and stuff. But for a particle system, what you could do is that you could have a bunch of particles, and then they all draw themselves on one large texture that's the size of the screen. And then you can create a depth map that's also the size of the screen that draws each particle in black and white, which is like its distance from the camera in pixels, kind of. And then when you render, you can check, because when you render each pixel, and then you can check against the particle depth map and see, is there a particle in front of what I'm rendering now? Yes, no? And if there is, then you can render the particle instead. Or just skip rendering and then... Or like flag the particle to be rendered or something like that, I don't know. But I don't know if this system has any use, again, so... I think we're just gonna move ahead. I'm just thinking if it's something I need. But I think almost everything can be handled with just objects. It's just like if you try to generate like wind effects and stuff like dust flowing around, that's where I think that particles come into play. Because otherwise, how do you render like little dust particles all over the screen? Are you just gonna make each little dust particle be an object? That's kind of stupid. I think it's something that will get made later down the line, but not right now. It's not necessary for anything that I'm doing now. It's something that's necessary for adding detail and polish. So we now have a barrier effect, we have a fire hit effect, we have spells here. Let's make another spell. Lightning Strike. We don't have an effect for it. Right. The snippet needs to be updated. Why did I open it in Notepad? You know what? Oh. Hold on. Still the wrong one. Alright. Okay, now it works. I'm a warrior level 7, found a decent mace and a pair of boots with 10% speed. Nice. Never remove those boots. Unless you find another pair of boots with 10 plus or more. That's a lot of speed. 30% I think is maximum. It might be 35, I'm not sure. I think it's... Anyway, 20, like... 20 is good. But 10 is the best you can get, like, super early. Or it's the minimum. Like speed, if you don't have movement speed on boots, the boots are bad. It's that simple. Because movement speed makes you survive things more. It makes it more fun to play because you can actually move. Okay, let's see. Where were we? We were adding lightning strike. Snippet, insert. There. I actually want to add something more here. I want to add... How do you write it? It's like... C#, start... region modules. And region. Added a modifier to my boots and got plus 10% lightning rest. Sucks. No, that's like the best thing you can get. Magic boots with resistance and movement speed. That's the best thing you can get. Anything... It doesn't matter if it's lightning rest, but any resistance. Any resistance plus movement speed. Because if you find a pair of boots with, like, life is a prefix. If you hold Alt and you look at the boots, it should say at the bottom, it says prefix, suffix next to the mods. And movement speed can only roll as a prefix, while resistances can only roll as a suffix. And that means that if you find like life on boots that are blue, they cannot get movement speed unless you make them rare. And the suffixes don't really contain many good things other than resistances. So for a pair of blue boots, you can't get life or armor or whatever on them and movement speed, so movement speed is the best roll in prefix. And in suffix, it's just like thorns and shit. Like thorns or light radius or whatever. Or resistance. I wouldn't bother making them rare, because they're like level 2. So you're not... like even if you make them rare and just like slam it full of modifiers, it's gonna have like really, really low rolls on everything, so it's like not worth all the currency. As long as the boots are blue and they have movement speed on them, it's good enough. If it has resistance on it, that's a bonus. If they're rare, then you're in luck. If you get to like Act 2 or 3 and you get like a pair of 15 or 20%, especially if it's 20% movement speed, then you can maybe make them rare. That might be worth it. Oh, it's frozen. Wow. Why? Camera won't even reactivate. Alright, 1 second. There we go. I need to buy new USB hubs. %48% fist damage increase. Yeah, that sounds okay. Pretty much anything, if you can get just % increased fists, is decent. As long as it's better than like what you had before. USB settings. Disable. Alright, where was I? Effect database. No, we're in effect. We're in here. I want it to look like this. Region modules. Right? And then end region. That way I can do that. Do you have a Discord? If you mean a server, then no. Should maybe make one later at some point. But like I tried running a Discord server before for like programming and game development and pixel art and stuff, but it was too much work. Too much work and nobody used it anyway. There. Yeah, sure. That's my Discord tag. I'm just trying to add this so I can just get rid of this. Because they take up so much space here, it makes it hard to have like a decent overview. I see you. Did I change this for a reason? Like turn it into a function instead of... I don't think it matters. Does it? Did it matter? I don't think so. Just make this be a getter. Try to not bother you too much. I'm not constantly on PoE 2 though. If you see a message from me, nah, it's fine, dude. Don't worry about it. This is why. This is why it needs to be... It needs to be a function. Because otherwise we can't call the function, we can only call... I'm gonna ask in the C# Discord. Is it possible to return a getter in the same way you can return a function? I don't think it really matters at the end of the day. It's just that I need to change all of these into functions, which is going to take a little bit of time. And then if some guy responds now, I might need to change it back. That'll be great. Okay. Am I familiar with the Steam Deck? No. I mean, I know what it is. I've never used one. Why? Oh, I guess it does work. I want one to play docked on a TV. I play Xbox because of controller. I have nerve damage in my right hand. Can play perfectly on a keyboard. Can't. Oh. I mean... I don't think, you know, you don't need an... I mean, you don't need an Xbox for that. It's not like... I don't know anything about the Steam Deck, but like with just a regular computer, you can play with the gamepad in almost all games. Even in Path of Exile 2, you can play it on PC with gamepad. With just an Xbox controller. So I don't think you really need to limit yourself to an Xbox at all. Because you can, I don't think, I can't even think of any game that exists on Xbox that also exists on PC that you can't play with a controller. But if it's a price thing, then yeah. I don't know how like docking and stuff works with the Steam Deck, but I mean that could be an option for sure. Yeah. I don't think that... I think you can actually get a PC for like 1,000 instead of 2,000. But that's still twice as much as a Steam Deck, right? But... yeah. I have a shitty PC with a Quattro 600. That's so old I don't even know what that is. Okay, so apparently this works. You can call a getter as a function with the func thing. So let's undo everything I just did. And then here we just say core data. Like that. Old hospital PC that was running CT scans. Perks of working in a hospital, free PC. Fair enough. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know what the Steam Deck can run, but... like, I think a Steam Deck is, like, struggling already with new games, so... like, Monster Hunter Wilds probably doesn't work on a Steam Deck. So that's why, like, buying a Steam Deck now might just be the same price as buying a computer, because you're gonna have to buy a new one soon. I also tried playing PoE 2 on my Steam Deck OLED. The frame rate is okay, but the graphic quality is quite underwhelming. I have not had this experience at all. Convinced y'all have some super secret future Steam Decks with better hardware, because I have tried every config in this thread and more, and any combat tanks it to 10 to 15 FPS. All other games performing as usual. I would rank it as unplayable at the moment as well. Frames are inconsistent, add lockstep and new graphic gameplay makes it even worse to miss out on a roll and easily die in a second. Seems kinda rough. The same on my Xbox. I have the lowest series. Yeah. Well, I would honestly suggest aiming for like a 10K PC over a Steam Deck, unless you're planning on traveling with it. And just playing with a gamepad on a PC instead. That's honestly my suggestion. You don't need 20K. Building a 16 times 20 garage this summer, that sounds expensive. especially right now. It's like a... You don't need like a super powerful CPU. You can settle for like DDR4 RAM. It's not actually that expensive. Like what do graphics cards cost? It's easy to go in here and be like, oh, they cost $1,000. But the reality is that a 4060 will play anything. And it's $360. Like, the basic cards are they are cheap. It's honestly not expensive. The whole graphics cards are expensive meme is actually a lie. Because graphics cards are only expensive if you go above the entry level cards. And the entry level cards work perfectly for 1080p gaming. Like, you're gonna max out any game you're trying to play with a 4060. And anything above a 4060 is designed for like 4K or 144 hertz, like 144 frames per second. But if you're playing at 1080p 60 FPS, that's what I'm doing, you don't need a card above $400 at all. So like a 4060 is just fine. You can even go cheaper at 3060. I wouldn't at this point, we're getting a little bit far ahead. And the 4060 is like not even more expensive. It's like $20, right? And like a CPU. You can get a CPU for $260 USD or less. And DDR4 RAM is really cheap. Like DDR4 RAM, $50. So if we say AMD socket AM4, I think. AM4, DDR4. So then here, you have a 4060, that's maybe 360. This is in USD. An AM4 processor, even if it's just a Ryzen 4 or a Ryzen 5, let's go with something a little, like a slight bit better. Ryzen 7 57X. That's $160. Let's go with 170. $32GB RAM. That's $60. Then you need a motherboard. That's about $140. ESU, that's maybe 80 at max at most, I would imagine. And then you need a chassis. That's maybe 100. You can get away with much cheaper there, though. Yeah, that's less than 1,000. But then you'd need to add 100. Or like a hard drive, unless you already have an SSD that you can just switch over. But you would want like at least a terabyte SSD. 910 USD is 1500 CAD. Yeah, it's also 9,000 Swedish crowns. So it's if you mean 2,000 Canadian dollars, then sure, but it is definitely possible to build a 1,000 USD computer. Canadians have a tendency to like talk about their currency like it's a dollar that's more expensive, but it's not. Like it's just a different currency. New keyboard, new mouse, because my shit plugs with round plugs. Oh boy. Well, I mean, a new keyboard that's like keyboard, that's $20. New mouse, that's also like $20. Unless you want like something expensive. You can probably get like a $10 mouse. Also depends on your monitor. If you have like a super old monitor, you might actually need a new monitor. Or you can also buy like an adapter, but new GPUs barely even have HDMI anymore. It's like DisplayPort, maybe one HDMI port, if you're lucky. Like, what does this have? DisplayPort 2, DVI 0, HDMI 2. Yeah. If they're HDMI, then you're fine. But yeah. And the Steam Deck is like $600, so it would only be like $300 more expensive to buy a computer. Because like you can't buy this version. This is like unusable. The hassle of building it, that's fair. But you can build if you can build a garage, then you can build a computer. It's like, it's just some tiny Lego pieces. It's actually really easy. Unless you're just paying someone else to build your garage. Maybe you are. You can just sell whatever you're gonna put in your garage and buy a PC instead, and then have somebody build the PC for you. Buy it prepackaged. Then you don't even have to build a garage. Alright, well, we got this here now. Fix stick drift, dismantle. No PC. Building a PC is easier than all of that. Like, it's literally just Lego pieces. Things can't go into the wrong holes. It's It's the easiest thing ever. It's like one YouTube video away from doing it. It's so simple. It's just scary. Because you feel like, oh no, what if I break my thing when I plug it in? And it's only the CPU that's a little bit like, oh, this feels very scary. It's easy. It's super easy. And you can pay somebody to build it. Like, there are companies you can order from that'll just build it and then ship you the PC built with all the parts that you asked for. Like, not even a pre-built computer that, you know, you can just order custom parts and it'll set it up. They'll set it up. Might be like $100 extra though, probably. I mean, any local computer shop will do that for you, to be honest. But you live in Canada, so you might not have local computer shops. We have one here. What am I doing? Object action. We're looking at melt armor here. And we're making an effect list. This is barrier. Effect list. It's not actually adding the effect here. Effect database dot combat dot spells dot barrier dot there. I got an error on my TF2 game and I was fucked. Reddit told me to type into the launch option console. I was scared as fuck. My game went into insecure mode, could not enter Valve's secured hacker server, had to type plus secure in launch option. Okay. That's very scary. Very, very scary. I don't know anything about TF2. Maybe the Valve police is gonna slide up and put you in jail. I don't know. Could happen. So we now have an effect here in barrier. And then when we initialize it, I was already adding it here. Some guy on Reddit told me to type quit smoking for quit result. What does that do? Oh, it's just quit. Oh, I see. I understand. No, it's just quit. The command is just quit. It can take an argument, but it doesn't matter what you put in there. As you can put anything in there, and it'll just quit no matter what. You just got good old trolled. That's what happened. We're creating a new effect. But when we create the new effect, it says is enabled false. So we're gonna initialize it up there. And then here, we're gonna say nothing. And here we're gonna say effect list 0 dot target object equals target. Set the target of the barrier. And then here, we're setting effect list is enabled. I feel like this should be different. But we can do it like this for now. I feel like this should happen earlier. Current time is 8. Now this is kind of tedious. I think what we're gonna do, I'm gonna do something drastic, I think. Every spell here that doesn't work right now is going to be commented out. Because what I should do is I should make sure that we can get one effect to function before I start fixing all the other effects using the same methods that I fixed this, right? So otherwise that's gonna be like a billion times, you know, unnecessary work. Why is there an error down here? Nothing here, bro. Like that. What is this error? Oh. What is the error here? Are there too many or not enough? Huh? Alright, so we fixed those 9 errors in the actions. So now we have 90 errors again. Which is good. So now we can find the rest. And it seems like a lot of it is just gonna be changing this to combat module. And a bunch of buttons. Oh, damn it. This isn't great, I think, but we can't. Okay. So here we need to extract from the function. C sharp, funk, invoke. What was that like? What was the thing? I don't remember where I wrote this. Is that how you do it? You do invoke, and then we can fetch. Combat module dot object icon. So I think it's in data module. This is a little rough because it means we have to fetch. We're fetching a new instance of the entire data module just to read the icon. And I wonder if that's a good way to do it. Because there is another way to do this, right? Like we can just, instead of the data module returning a new data module, because the data module is kind of static in a way. The data module could just be something that exists like this and doesn't need to be new. And then instead of returning a new data module, we return a copy of the data module. Because it's just a bunch of, it's literally just data types. So, and this is supposed to be static. It's not supposed to change at all, ever. So this is something that might benefit from just being listed as a static thing, and then in order to attach this to an object, it wouldn't even need to be changed. When it comes to the data module, the data module could literally just be a static, and instead of even copying it or instantiating it, it could literally just be a reference to the static version, because the reason the other modules need to be... I mean, I kind of don't like it. It's a little restrictive. Like, what if I do want to change the vision state? But in that case, if I want to change the vision state, I can just change the vision state internally on the object instead of changing it in the object's data module. But it's probably still better to just copy the data, because then I can just change it internally. Like changing object size or something. But I think this is unnecessary, which might mean I have to redo this again. Or maybe this should be a struct. Maybe we go that far, just make it a struct, and that way we just need to assign it and it'll just be a copy because it's a struct. Maybe that makes even more sense. But that's going back to kind of what I was doing before. It could be okay to do that. But can you have a static? You can't have a static struct, can you? No. But a struct needs to have parameters. That's what sucks about structs, right? What time is it here? 3 p.m. Can a struct inherit from another struct? No, that has to be an interface. How does an interface work? Am I retarded? You can't do Act 3 as a warrior? Well, I might as well forget it. Do you think it's more because of the crossbow? I don't know. The game seems pretty hard right now. I'll have to play more to really say. To be honest. Act 1 seemed fine. But just keep playing until it starts getting rough, to be honest. Because they're releasing patches and they're adjusting the game like every day. And they're aware that things might be over-nerfed. So they're still looking at like monster life and stuff like that. I think I wrote some interfaces before here. Man, I don't remember. Why does this feel so weird? So this is all I did here. I made an interface that were just getters and setters. That's what you do with an interface. No, they never say things like that. They always avoid saying things that aren't like they have decided exactly when it's gonna come out or whatever. This doesn't really help. I just wanted to see if I could speed up implementing the struct. But if the struct can't inherit, then I think I'd rather just have a class that maybe returns a struct or something. Because I don't feel like the interface really solves any problems here. Now, if the... Like, I don't know. I genuinely don't know why the implementation is so stupid. Like, why is the implementation of this interface implementing system.not-implemented exception instead of just get set? I don't know. I don't understand that at all. What is the point of implementing this shit when it should just look like this? Like, why is it not implementing this? That would be so much more useful than this trash. Tools. Options. Text editor. C#. Advanced. Implement interface or abstract class. Prefer auto properties. Is it an interface? Yeah. And now it's implementing it like a normal person. Yeah, that makes a lot more sense. Thank you. Oh. But I'm not sure. I don't know if this is the right solution. So what I'm doing is the data module is something that I sometimes want to just access, right? Like if I'm generating a list, like a menu, I'm generating a list of objects. I want to be able to go through the data modules and check like which of these data modules belong to Astria, for example, or whatever, and then generate a list based on that. But to do that, I'm gonna have to access portraits and names and information and stuff like that. And at the moment, the only way to do that is to return the data module as a new instance of the data module. So I always have to create a new data module in order to read the data module. And the data module doesn't really need to be a class, really, because it doesn't need to change ever. And or rather, we don't need to, it could just be static, right? Like it could just be static and contain all the info like that, and then we could just copy it instead of instantiating it. Because that way we can always read it without instantiating. But I was thinking that since it's just data, I could maybe make it a struct. But making it a struct creates issues with like storing it as a static. So I was thinking maybe I make it be a static class, and then when you that you can read, but when you fetch it for an object, it should be like a function maybe that that returns a struct instead. I'm not sure. This feels complicated. Would there be a benefit to changing it to a struct? The benefit would just be that it will just copy because it's a struct. So if I assign the data module, like if I assign Ria's data module to Ria's game object, it's just gonna automatically copy because it's a struct. Otherwise, I have to write a copy method, which I guess is okay too. Or just like a method that returns something. Because let's see, we can write it like this, right? Public static class Ria test LOT object data module. Is that possible? I don't know if this static class can. No. Which is an issue in and of itself, right? So it would have to be like this. It would have to be like that. So we do this, we have the static class that just contains all of this, right? That way you can read the static variables. But then what I would like is like a if we have the test struct there, then we can type public test struct, and then we call this object module, or no, data module. Public static data module that then returns get return new test struct. And then it does all of this. Like this. Which makes this be a copy method, right? So that now we store all of these values here, meaning we can access them and read them and see what is Ria's data values for generating lists and stuff like that. And then in order to create the object, we then fetch the data module, because none of these things, like Ria, this is just a static class, so it doesn't have any inheritance, so I can't add this to anything. But then this is the actual module. And then it fetches that like this, which is a copy because it's a struct. I mean, it's not even a copy, it's just creating a new struct. I think it kind of has to be like this in order to avoid instantiating this shit every single time I want to read like the icon. Maybe. But I don't know if this helps either. Oh. I feel like this it needs to be like a getter or something. I don't know. The reason I can't get the value is because it exists like this. Here we have the static entities, right? And this is Ria. And the way it works is here we have the core data, which contains all the modules that she has. But you can also access like the data module here. But the data module just returns a new Ria data module, which means that in order to access it, we have to instantiate it. And I can't have a static class that's like an inherited object data module. That's the issue I'm having. That I feel like it's clunky to have to instantiate it every time. It honestly probably doesn't matter if I have to instantiate it, but it's like having to instantiate it to then read literally just the portrait and then delete the instance feels kind of weird. That's why I'd like to be able to just access the variables if I want to. But at the same time, when I want to actually fetch the module, we generate a copy of it. I don't think it really matters if it's a class or if it's a struct, but I felt like if I'm gonna do that anyway, like it's behaving like a struct, so we might as well just return a struct, right? Because the data module isn't meant to contain any logic. That's why the others are classes, so that I can return an instance of the module, and then it can run internal logic without it running on every object that shares the module. But I'm not sure how to handle this. But then the other issue is that, and the reason it doesn't really work is because even if I do it like this, if this is a static class that you just access like this, then it doesn't exist in the dictionary. So it might kind of be like it has to be like this. So we init like this, and then I might need a dictionary here. That then contains all of these, not as functions, but as actual, like an instance of each class. So that I can iterate through it, because otherwise, if I just have classes here like this, they can't be iterated through. And the issue here is that, well, I do have a dictionary here. It's only for objects themselves, which means that if I go in here and I access RIA's core data, then that here is going to fetch a new RIA And this is where it could be like it's gonna return the test. Where did I put it? Test. But that doesn't work because it needs to be an object module. So I can't return this static via the dictionary. So I think no matter what, I will have to create an instance somewhere. Hello, boys up, how's it going? I'm making a turn-based tactics RPG. But right now I'm just working on databases and stuff. Trying to figure out how to store all my objects and all their modules and stuff. Hello, Jolly. How's it going? What do you think? Is there a need for a platform like Twitch for developers? No. Specialized streaming platforms are trash. Like, there are so many art streaming websites like Pixie, like, I don't even know what they're called, and like Picarto or whatever. And they're dog shit. Because you are corralled away from the rest of the streaming audience that's on Twitch or on, like, YouTube. The only benefit and the only need for Picarto to even exist is that you can draw boobies there without getting banned. That's literally the only reason Picarto exists. So, like a streaming website for programming or development or whatever, completely unnecessary. You're working on the game today, I see. What's your goal for today, if you have one? I'm trying to figure out how to handle my databases. I have some issues here where I really like the setup I have here with the objects, where I'm storing the object in the database here, and if you access the key or you access the index that contains like a soldier or our main character or whatever, then it fetches you a new instance or a new copy of the data of that object so that I can use that to create new objects over and over again. But the issue now is that I'm having trouble accessing the data without creating copies, because some information here is something that I just kind of want to access now and then to just check things. And because it always generates a copy, it becomes kind of clunky and heavy. Well, I wish it just contained the data that I want to access. So the question is, we have core data here, right? I'm kind of wondering if I could do this a little differently. Because one way I could do this, let's see if I can think of this before it disappears. One way I feel like I could do this is that right now, when I access the dictionary, it's returning the core data getter, which in turn returns a bunch of getters that point to the data modules. But I feel like I could have something else here. I could have like a, instead of it being the core data, it could access like, it could be like, instead of ria.coredata, it could be like ria. Let's just call it like ria.access. And inside access, you can access core data. But there might be another getter in there. So it's a getter that fetches two other getters, while the core data will return an instance of the core data. There could be another getter that just fetches another static. That way I could access the static in the data module that just contains variables, right? I think that could work. Something like that. Or it could just be like this. No, it would have to be in the core data, because it has to be something that we can, it has to be a singular thing that I can fetch and store in the database. That's why it has to be in the core data. So it could be like public static. Public class. Object access. Does this make any sense what I'm doing right now? I don't know if this makes any sense. I need a break. Been an hour since I was supposed to take a break. You know what? I'm gonna go for a walk. I'll be back in like 15-20 minutes. I'll see you soon. GG. All right, we're back. And I think I had an idea. Let's see if I did have an idea. So we go to Rhea, but instead Rhea should be a static class, and inside there should be a public static LOT data module, object data module called data module. And because it's static, I don't know how that works. Does this mean I can do new? I think so, yeah. So because here we have, the way I'm doing it here is, this is a class called Aya, but if we instead not make them into specific classes and we just make them into data modules, then we can, once again, I'm gonna copy this shit in case I decide to move back again. And then we do that. And then we do this. Right? And then we go back here and we say this. Right? That way we have a static data module. But now the question is, how do I want to handle this? Because I don't know if there's... Because there's no like dot copy method or anything like that, I feel like. So this is where I'm like, should we have a struct? Maybe? Because in that case, I can do something like test struct equals get new test struct. Return new test struct. And then we do this. We say this. But this shouldn't say string or any of these things. And then this should say that. Does this make sense? I think this kind of makes sense. And then this can be named static data. And then this is called data module. Now this isn't entirely functional. No, it is. Kind of. Not maybe. Because I have light masks here, right? And this is a bit of an issue. Or potentially a bit of a future issue, because the light mask is actually a list. It could maybe be an array instead. Because if it's an array, then it's a data type? Is it? I'm not sure. Or is an array a reference as well? I feel like an array is a data type, so if you like say equals the array, it's gonna copy the array. While if it's a list, it's just referenced. An array is a data structure. Array reference type. No, it's a reference type. But if it's an array, you can copy it pretty easily. What you can do is something like light masks equals null, then static data dot light masks, else new list static data dot light masks. Right. That way, if this is null, then we return null. Otherwise, we return a new list copied from this list. But this is also kind of shit. So I kind of wonder if there's a better way to do this. Like, why is it, should this be a class? Shouldn't this be a static? Anyway, I was just thinking that I could do something like public here we have, this is where the test struct is. So if we just say return a test struct, and then we say generate struct, right? And the struct is going to take an LOT database, LOT object data module. And then here, this is gonna do this. No. I'm gonna do this. And then here we say get generate what the fuck did I call it? Generate struct. Oh no, I put it in the wrong place. It should be like here. Generate struct. Static data. Return. There. So I think this is a solution. Perhaps. But now the issue here is, so we are fetching the core data, or we're fetching core data here. But because core data returns this, it'll always return everything, even if I try to access the data module as like something else, it's gonna be everything. And that's why I feel like having something like this here then nope, I'm just chilling. Am I streaming Yeah, I am. Later. Maybe in like 3 hours or something. What you do as a dev interests me but to watch, but I don't understand shit, and I've been here 2 years. Yeah, I mean, even if you did understand programming, you would probably not understand shit. Like, Ho-Ho is a programmer, and he's here all the time, and he barely understands what I'm doing. That's because it's like impossible to understand other people's code, because everyone has really unique ways of approaching problems and solving that. And you also don't have the full context of like what they've written and like what their code base looks like, and like all of that. Like it's almost impossible to understand more than just like a little snippet of what you're seeing right now. That's why like getting more programmers on teams and stuff like that is extremely difficult, because getting somebody up to speed and understanding like what the code looks like and all of that it's extremely difficult. Okay, so we now need a data, and that's going to be LOT object data module database dot entities dot pc dot ria test dot no. Because this isn't anything. I mean, wait. RIA static data. RIA.static data. Yes. And then we need a func, and that's gonna be like that. And LOT object data module database dot entities dot pc dot ria dot data module. Which is now a test. Hello, OCAB. Doing alright. How are you doing? We now need to move the test struct. Let's see, we made an interface too, right? I need this, and this goes to structs. We slap it in here. And we need the interface. Wait, why does it not work? It's right there, bro. Oh, I forgot these. Forgot half of the struct. Killing? Why are you killing? You don't have to do that. And then let's call this struct core data. Struct. Core data. And then we go back down here. Then we go back. The object database. And this should now be a core data struct. And now we have an object access. Is this the way? So then now, instead of the database or the dictionary returning a core data, it's going to return object access. And then that returns access. That way, we can say core data struct test struct equals lot object database dot objects, and then we can access that by saying new vector 3 like 1 1 0. Maybe you can't access it that way. You have to do try get value. Test struct. And this is then going to return an object access, which isn't a class that exists here. Then we do that. And then we say try get value new vector 3 int 1000 and out test struct. If we're returning a func, so it should be func object access. Then we add out to test struct, and then we can say test struct dot invoke dot, and here we now have access to core data and data. And core data is a func struct. So in order to generate that, we have to say dot invoke, right? And then this invoke returns a struct. So then we can say core data struct test struct 2 equals that, right? So now I have a function here, or I have a variable that can fetch the function. Isn't there a better thing than just try get? I hate try get value. Can't you just get value and then you throw an error if I didn't get anything? I guess try get value is the way to do it. And what this means is that I'm not generating a new instance of core data unless I invoke. So I can now just access, I can say like int poop equals test struct dot invoke data And here I just have access to the name. Or the vision type, or whatever. This is extremely complicated. But I think it's good. But this should actually, it shouldn't access the core data. It should access this core data. Like that. And this should say core data. This is static data, and that is core data. And then here, when we want the data module here, this should say pc.ria. This should say core data struct. Apparently there's something wrong there. There. So now here we can return the data module like that. And the data module class can now be entirely changed into a struct. No, that's not what should happen. It should be a class. But I think this should be named something else. Object data module. LOT object data module. This should be named... Let's name it static. And then this is called data module. Like that. And now, here, this is where the issue was, right? We're going through every key value pair. Object access. So we're going through that, and then here now we get i.value.invoke dot static data dot object icon. So now that works, or should. Without generating a new instance. Fuck. So I think we're gonna do what I did before. Maybe because I feel like it's smartest to not sit here and fix all of these before I know that the fix is actually not shit. Just doing the spearman so I can have one opponent. We're gonna do barrier. I don't know if that makes sense. You can't make a struct like nullable on its own. It has to be... It's just the line that becomes wrapped when you do that. It's a little rough, but it should be okay. Am I doing these things here? Man, I don't know. Do I need this? Does this have any actual use case over just doing what I was doing before? I'm not sure. Anyway, I feel like I could almost keep going a little bit longer, but it's been 4.5 hours, so I think we'll call it there for today and not push it just because I don't feel like I'm at my limit. That's my new life goal. Make sure that I set clear limits instead of doing it until I feel like I'm at my limit, because my limit is at the fucking edge. So I'm gonna go eat, and then we'll stream some Path of Exile. And maybe in a week or two we try maybe pushing longer days or something. We'll see. Depends. Anyway, I'll see you in a bit. Thanks for hanging.